Double checking the mic. Okay, good. There. Got that settled. Linking up to the stream. That. Okay, good. Everything is up and are going. Hello once again, everybody. I am Rip, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. And oh boy, it's been a while since I've last streamed, and I apologize. I've been in a bit of a rut, as it were. That. I will see about finishing Sonic Frontiers when I am able to. But for now, let's see what the story holds. Hey, Shale, been a bit. Targeted tragedy. If you have a moment, Valzen, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Alright. Sorry to drag you into a meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threat Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clear idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation. Vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electro technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day.
Preservation's early goals seem noble enough, exploring treatments for leaven sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help?
I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employ. We've already seen how he's employed the stimulants to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope of survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register the neo-regulators. This is merely one part of Calix's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw ether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calix's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, and I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can snip him out. I'll help you. Okulja and Shale are working on that. I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calix. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Alright. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Lands Guard. I want our soldiers to protect those who are moving to Tulioral. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Val's group. You'll have me? Okay then. More mouths to ask the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. We'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calix. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Careful. Careful with what you say. Also, for those of you who wanted... also, in case anyone is wondering, yes, it is in fact nighttime where I am. What's up? Sorry, I was up in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. So they were for the longest time. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calix wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calix nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle our responsibility? After everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's barrier. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. We all deserve to be happy. Well then.
We best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us.
Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Hmm? Is that Grimoire tree from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill.
Summoner slash scholar.
If that's the case, it might be better if we split into two groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering.
I guess that makes sense. You can head the west side of the recreation zone, then Nelson and I will take the east.
Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there.
Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before.
Huh. Let's go. The sentries and airwheel is safe to be around now. I just know it's going to happen again. Maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a neo-regulator. Becoming endless is the only way. Even Queen Steen said so.
The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you had to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was when it was on what should have been the worst day of my life. Only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely.
You want to hear my story? Well, I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky. He didn't survive the crash. That fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days. He never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Interesting that people are still remembering remembering that people died, even though they had their regulators. What has me in such a foul mood, you ask? Well, I just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 had already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Belzen, a word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. Unless we had one we hadn't considered during a discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights are likely to break out over the neo-regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report. But are you sure that wasn't anything else? The people are still deathly afraid? That's a point of concern, don't get me wrong, but I think we're acutely aware of it already. The victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Okay. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones who jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. They're specifically targeting people without regulators. I wish to know if people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. No bodies? Well then, I think it's time we rejoin Krylan's feed. I was half joking with my boast of shell, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. I think Brell said to meet him at the plaza just outside of Trueview. Let's get going. That is... like, this whole thing is concerning enough as is, but now with the now there's a new element at play. Over there. Oh, there's a cutscene. Shit's bad. So, essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but it's definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one on one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. In another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Calyx has chosen to and has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic.
But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness.
That's a good point. Perhaps sowing this terror is in service to another scheme, or he had an other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at the various sites? It just turned disintegrating people.
Right, the sanitation worker story. You saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust.
Dust, but no bodies. Where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we saved Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing.
When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered.
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
The disintegrating people.
That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites, and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. What's this? Alison, we need your help. I've lost control of the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but you are close enough to are you close enough to join them?
I'll see what I can do.
So, we got a situation.
Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
Sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything.
Hmm?
I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Uh-oh.
Go to them, quickly! way! I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please! Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital. I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Ah, did your best.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better. Thank you, miss.
No, she's the one in bed.
Will she sleep like that forever? No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it. That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. I guess we'll find out what that means. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? Stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. Must have fallen protecting the residents. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe, and you still need rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Here. No bodies are still made dust. Isadora's going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Hope Livy and Comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. A brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakute sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we had this Once we have this race locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly, we're not sure, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control of our sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Ah, thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to prevent We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck, and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, but we shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. No sign of Geode. Geode, answer me! Either his ass is grass or he's gone radio silent. Oh, cutscene ahead. Look. Oh, there he is.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. Be here! You need to run, now!
Huh?
A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
I don't make it in time, do I?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
At least he went down fighting.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Hmm. Could we recreate Geode from this? If his soul and physical ether are inside, could we full-on resurrect him from this? This pile of dust, his, and the soul cell he left behind. Was that his twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx! Damn you and your careless cruelty! He was our friend. Even so, we might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection's stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Asians. Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well. There is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Valvin. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents and reflections elsewhere. Right then. I mean, I'll give him credit on the efficiency, but still. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Wayakwe to meet us there as well. He's in here. Literally.
Our dear Geode.
Like a burial.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Got some good delivery there, miss.
Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding.
Even that lip quiver, dang.
We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Fine then. Hmm. Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. He was an older brother to nostalgia in me. Shale knew him longer though. Was surely taking it the hardest. That's on top of what happened to Kakiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? Just like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. Right. I also hate my own words. Stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Akiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief is to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to, with a shoulder to spare. Sure, even though my shoulder's all the way down here. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. The pair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air-wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Close to the pylons. Yay! Bikes! These air-wheelers are Janot's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Bowsen, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Land short. So what was that you were saying about pests? Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before. And the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
The Geode's memory. Ah. Hey,
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
I'm all for crazy tales.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. And had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access, and that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided.
Do what I can.
Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Falzon? Falzon, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Let's see what is amiss. And see if we can turn it into a hit. I'll be here all night, folks. Ominous music. Allison, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. So what's up? Perhaps it's my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Hey, you alright there? Please tell me you brought more Neo-Regulators? Officially, they've all been headed out already, but I've heard rumors that there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought. But now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. Must be a way to hold on. There has to. They have a... Let's see. They... Raid? You're not wearing a regulator? Do you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo-Regulators and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now, I'm sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen. But I'm gonna be an endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. Greetings! I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for Neo-Regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. It's as if they feel that death is approaching. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Malton, can you come to resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamachi and Alpha now. Something's happening. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. The Meso Terminal? I thought we shut that thing off.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulichola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But can I do? I am not their queen.
Could be again. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Woklamot, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We'll welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrive. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliolal will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What if that brought Heights haven of peace and laughter? Woklamot. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I'll protect Alexandria. That was the promise I made her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone, we lack the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. That made me afraid. I needed someone who shared the love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Svi. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come riding to the rescue. You do the same for me. That's how we protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be anywhere. We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you are! There you all are! Speak of the devil. Gololja! Splendid. We're afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Valzin. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 10-29 it's called. And it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Alright? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I'll clear this expedition with the relevant authorities. And have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head on up? Next stop, the 10th level. Ominous.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Let there be light.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in FFXIV, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Sounds like you need one of Janelle's energy tonics.
Those concoctions would probably do me more harm than good, but I appreciate the sentiment. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx.
We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how we proceed. But according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for where that might be... sorry. Now, as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the Researcher's Commons, located in the western side of the complex. The Director's office is to the northeast of here. So we shall cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Fortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem they were abandoned in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? If it was abandoned in haste, then what were they fleeing from? I find we'll have most luck looking for where the researchers kept their personal belongings. Will appear in a different color. What is this, Phoenix Wright? No security card among the documents. There's some things behind. Well, with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Similar size to the scanner panel. Build the scanner? That seems to be it. It's open! You did it, 1000! It's a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a director, Demetrius, or so the terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers if we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. No good? Maybe we need a different card? Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start searching the portal lab. In the proto lab. That door is already open, at least. We'll find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. I have a feeling we're going to need to go through every part of this facility just to get through. What is this? A generator? No. A cannon? There are soul cells here. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into a large device looks to be a soul cell. Can this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Khalil mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? Oh, there. What's this? Personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refinable idea of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I had others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As precedented, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milal colleagues, including the Protolad chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dawntrail lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I've been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. The correct combination. Dug through this tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we've achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I'll reserve this historic number along with my remaining few worldly effects. Reserve the number? Let's see. Is it 3-digit? Oh, up to 5 digits. $158. Hey, Gryle, anything? This machine feeds into a soul cell. I'm reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. Right. That happened. So what seems to be about the research I did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting interface 201930 should be considered for efficiency pursuit. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Right then. And one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value variable. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on? 11509 might be my guess. Yeah. 11509. $11509. Yes. Level 2 security card. Malson, you got the locker open. We found another security card. Oh, but why does it say level 2? We need a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Valden. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagine they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that. Maybe you could read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Dawntrail lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. It's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you'd like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Unless we can somehow do 1 + 2 = 3 with the cards. Yes, it opened! So, where should we go first? The Dawntrail lab or the facilities? Let's start with the lab. Jail, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be routed from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Dawntrail lab, shall we? Okay. Just series of puzzles after puzzles. Oh, this is definitely a puzzle. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. Be a preliminary procedure. According to the error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, but it looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of his terminal leads down the hall directly to the Dawntrail lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set in each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What would I give for an instruction manual? Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might also ask someone to operate the generator. I could do that. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Bowsen? The rest of us can help by supplying Bowsen with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Okay. A whole different kind of puzzle. I think I may actually have an idea what might be needed. Ah, it changes shape. There's that. No. No. Wait. Circle. Ha-ha. And diamond. I think that might do it. But it said it needed an unbroken path. Aha! We've configured all the circuits. The former comrades of the successful reconfiguration. Pretty simple, really. It worked. It did, Bowsen. The Dawntrail lab should be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation the Early Days, it's titled. Of course, we'll take a moment to bring up the contents. Looks to be a text-based account, so I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge. Calix's designs for new defensive solutions, funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. We met him once, before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Alex could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into? Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion. I failed to see it at the time. Perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? I've done my job correctly. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Dawntrail lab should be accessible now. Give everyone a once over just to be sure. The energy current seems stable enough. Now you should let me handle this one. The security card, if you please? Oh, and a quick prayer that a short-corded wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Also, but if anything, but would you call immortality really would you really call that sort of thing actually living? Calculated evolution. Right, I'll get this door open. Whew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what happens. See what awaits, rather. Gods above, isn't that? What? But I thought I have it. The key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. Isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Bowsen has? May have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malal relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calix can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On the next visit, I will have to enlist Ishola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel may have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. Should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Show unit. Well, that's a stroke of luck. It's another level 3. Well, that isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Valvin. Huh. Oh, a level 3! That should get us into the director's office. So what it was you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. As we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, next, I performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system, and has been using it to monitor our activities, to monitor what you, as the key holder, were planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him, which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's routing all its surveillance traffic, you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress. Makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Val's strength. What could he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Oh, speaking of cameras, there's another thing I meant to mention. Found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then. Huh?
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Wait, their hair.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
He only wanted to leave, and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Catholic. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what became of them after that. But if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Kryl. Don't worry, Sphene. Since the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father clearly expunged every last trace of their movements. Made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the Director's office! Let's see, how demented is this place? There we go. Let's head inside. Time to find that data relay, and don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Alison, come with me. I might have needed that security card. Okay, just look us. Kryl, where in the corner? Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Alison, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Well... a purple note. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Dawntrail Lab, and the Director's office. The collection of soul cells. They appear to be empty. Side table. Closed locker next to it. I've seen enough. What about the data tablets? Daily reports. Nothing of note. Mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. Key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory facilities of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of two Malal researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malal broke with preservation and absconded with the key. But the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated. We were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless convergence will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Jesus Christ, it's sounding like a cult in here. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Creepy. Having laid dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has begun entering a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing the secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. No such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By Electro, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past it. Is it the bot in here? Got it. Nope, don't skip it. No. Remember what Kiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. It's like an illusion. Of course, Electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. An illusion? What are you hiding? Another door! Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't the note say... Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I said we go ahead and try it. Agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. And I'll take the Tetro Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed Hatesmean. Your knowledge of Alexandria and his people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I spent my whole life in Alexandria after all. I'll take the Dawntrail lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Belzen, you have the honor of entering the office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. Stand by to guide Wuklamon and Kryl through the process. You know, there was that display plate over there, one of the gems. I thought since it was made of electrope, I might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you could figure it out? Another puzzle. Oh. What's this then? A sapphire and a garnet. So I need to find another jewel. Is there a jewel in the locker? No, there isn't. It was worth a try. Nah, nothing here either. Cute puzzle. An Alexandrite. Huh. It's like this whole area is just one big escape room without a timer. It's snugly in place. A short phrase. A floor plan of this complex? Ruins of the complex in which we were looking for. Handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be something. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. But if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Sapphire is the proto-lab. Alexandrite is the director's office, and the garnet is the Dawntrail lab. Yes? You need only ask. Well, I thought the Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, anything this have to do with passwords? Do you have one for the garnet and the sapphire? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire is honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. Certainly hope we're right. So to go here, Wuklamon and Kryl are just waiting on their passwords. Let's start with Wuklamon in the proto-lab. What word should she enter? Let's see, the proto-lab is the sapphire. Sapphire is honesty. The Dawntrail lab. Let's see. Garnet for the Dawntrail lab. Which is devotion. And director's office, protection. Let's see if this works. Looks good. Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. A secure room is the only place we've yet to search. The data relays anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wicklemon and Kryle rejoin us. Man, this is taking quite a while just by the sheer length of all these puzzles. Alright everyone, time to board the lift to see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world.
Machine spirits.
One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Living Memory.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
In a world formed of data?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
Good question.
He pours salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Huh.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Let's plan our next move.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. on behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx! He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. The infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. Only whose time is up, you smug little weasel! Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Thousand, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. We confirmed that the relay we found was indeed transmuting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to find Calyx, pray, let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alize and the others on this point that they already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Well, yeah. I'll keep patrolling the streets for any signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back rooms. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Valden? Kyle and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend to do. About what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course. But either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Oh, cutscene ahead.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Huh?
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion.
Hell yeah.
I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossan, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them.
Attaboy.
Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
What?
No, that wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Calm down, Sphene.
You used her name.
Oh, it's all falling apart.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
We'll hold you to that then. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad am I to be home. Thank you, Gossan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. Final push came from Alexandria's citizens. Their bravery has taken the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you about the lock that Neo-Regulator... No, but can I ask you to lock that Neo-Regulator away where no one can get into it? Can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear there would be... But I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo-Regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself, who have had a change of heart or otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Aww. That's cute. Just in case. There we go. Most of the gang's here. We're just missing Thancred and Urianger. Again. It's good to see our comrades. It's good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from with the Meso Terminal itself. Why? Why? What's happened to the Meso Terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield, nor leave them to despair. Terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. And judging by the number I see before me, this is probably going to be a trial instance where we can have NPCs instead of actual players. Huh, you're right. That wasn't here before. Well, here we go. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make us stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, Devourer of worlds. We will rise to the challenge that the Endless Fiend could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. The upper reaches of this terminal awaits a device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye. We must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Valzin for good reason. And besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur. Yet would still console caution. That he would be so bold as to extend an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal. Yeah, this is a good team. Here we go. Ooh. Oh, seen as just an arcanist.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
This is what it looks like on the inside. It's gonna take a lot more than this to wear me down.
Allow me.
This. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning aspected imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the 11th sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
The faces are all ditched.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
He's a healer, but... ah!
Just the beginning.
Dispensers. Need a dispenser here. Sensory deprivation? Oh, what the hell? Tricky bastard.
Brace yourself!
Not this time. Wait, what? Okay, maybe this time.
the beginning.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
The Daisy. According to Master Calix, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon the ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electric technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it has taken a great leap forward. Yeah, no, my equipment is still much more than this.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. All right. Oh, here's the next boss. These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
With every note of my being.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Why? Wait a second. Ow! Oh, not this time, buddy. Okay, okay. Says you. And one more.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
So far, so good. Kinda like that last fight, though. It felt different.
Something special for you.
Like, everyone was stuck in their own unique fight. We've succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was, perhaps, the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. But like any other data, it's prone to corruption.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Have a taste of some high caliber carnage. Nah, you don't. I honestly don't know what my character would make of this whole situation. It's all quite a bit. Alright.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one.
Huh?
Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Memory meld. The immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Oh, this will be interesting.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Memento. Huh?
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict.
Oh.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
I know, right? Look at how they fall on you. Okay. I think I'm beginning to get the picture.
With every blinding flash.
Oh great, they're moving.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Okay. I think I am beginning to get a bit of an understanding of this fight. Alakablam! L plus ratio. No! No, you dare. All right. That was the part that was meant to be easy. Well, easier. Now to go deal with, the trial. And whatever that entails.
Sphene? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
That was good.
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
The summoning. What now?
What? Huh?
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
What the hell is this? It's like a virus.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold.
Wait a minute.
The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
Are we pulling back the Dynamax stuff? Like, are we pulling out the Dynamax card?
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo Regulator.
Give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
Are we actually pulling out the Dynamax card? Through this.
What's going on?
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer.
Primal?
Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Deja vu. Wait.
What is that?
Hmm? Its shape.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
Hell yeah! Boarding scales!
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Looks like a pseudo Zodiac.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I mean to win. The key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
You know, Alex, what you've done was fairly impressive, I will admit. But you've made what you created, that was the thing. However, the entity you created was designed to beat me. was nothing more than your greatest folly yet. Defeat Necron. This was your greatest folly yet, Calix. Because I have fought many creatures like you, but like this thing before. And I will not lose here. Zoe Maxer? Here we go. The Ageless Necropolis. This is gonna be sick. Grasping Eternity, Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
Here we go. Hit him with all you've got, friends.
By the limits of flesh, it will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There.
Oh. Memento Mori.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this.
Soul Reaping.
Kill them.
Ether Blight.
Hold still.
Bothersome. Kill them.
You suck.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Grand Cross? What is this, Castlevania? I am not a fan of your deathly merry-go-round.
I will reduce you to ether.
Setting.
You will die for me now. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs me.
What's happened? I'm all by myself now? Fine. Hallelujah! Escape the abyss.
Still alive, but there are ways to change that.
Giant hands!
There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
In, out. In, out.
Hold still.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
You underestimate me.
Tricky.
Fight if you must.
Mass macabre. Get your back, gang.
There. You struggle in vain.
This should do it.
So do you.
You underestimate
Once the
me.
terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
Are you kidding?
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Are you all right?
I will reduce you to equal.
Neutron ring. Come on.
Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Almost there.
Something special for you.
There we are. I've killed many other false guards before. Yours was no different.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Of course there's a barrier.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
Never has been.
But I anticipated as much.
Are you kidding me? You brought it back?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I see. Clever.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
And yet I still stand.
In this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Oh, I know what she's up to. But will it work?
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
It wavers.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
No, you don't.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Her hands are bleeding.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
Thunder axe. Yeah.
The others.
My turn. Yeah. Huh. Finally got a reaction out of you. I feel like he probably escaped though. Damn.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolol and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Keep keeping.
Thank you, Lamity.
And you're gonna keep keeping your promise, okay? Ooh-wee. Was that crazy or what? She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Amity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valkaona, and has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamity himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, poor Clement. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once you had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience. Hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. All in a day's work. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, where there are primals, the Asians are near far. Oh yeah, I have no doubt about that. We must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here and with our patient until Valkaona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. We shall make for the outskirts first then. We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. Okay. Yeah. That fight was sick. That was pretty sick. Balzan, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Fiend, Ernville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards outsiders. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities. And happy to report, this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting explanation of events. Raha, Trial, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment of efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Blades in waiting. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. And why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields in Yawakwe's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. Excellent idea! I shall do just that. Thank you, Kryl. Whew. Mahusa. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regular crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Papone was one of them, but all the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You needn't worry. With proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. Sure, I'm glad to hear that. I'd like not to lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's fiend who tried to entice us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours sure seem to put a stop to it. If I understand things correctly? Mm-hmm. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. And while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. Me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have things running without... We still have to keep things running without Papone and the others. The outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. Could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use porxies. Knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Kassan to spread the word. Outskirts tours cancelled, would seem. By the way, Valzen. Alphino told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamachi back to Tuliolal. Alphino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort of work out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shell, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. She heard? He was pitching in over the Drift Downs with Erenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. On the themes of what just transpired, how can eternity leave a legacy? How can an eternal person leave a legacy? No, that's a stupid question. Liches are a thing after all, and they're pretty catastrophic. Ignore me. I know that voice. I'm happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galulja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything. If we had noticed anyone that had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him that we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Wow, this stream has been going on a while. It's midnight right now where I am. But still, I need to finish this.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey,
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Literally.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
Easy on yourself. You're still a kid.
But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. Trust me, I know.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Oh? Wait, are those Otis and Soralja?
My father and Otis' swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Three sword style.
That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Really? Challenge accepted, kid. You still got some growing to do, though. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keep everyone's bellies full. How's that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. It's been working hard, though I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Chill and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. I don't feel like walking. Flying. Valzen! Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's left to do for actually seeing it. I'll come back. We have so much to thank you for. The promise of tomorrow. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through so much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Well, what can you do? The preservation facility. The lab where they study the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, but they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There's still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. Oh, I don't doubt that for a moment. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Ra to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze data we pulled from Containment Complex 10-29 and locate other facilities of interest. I only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria in the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, I'd like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word, and I'll help you settle in. Gaunt and a fluffy pillow? Away the days in the back room. Several weeks later. Oh, time skip. Oh, you two poor souls.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
Alright then.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
Riding the train. The whole journey on foot.
The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
Sup, Slick? That's right. Wonder what happened to Asinian as well. Now that I'm just realizing.
The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You can't see it, but I'm smugging.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Some new armor there, but cool, Jaja.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me.
Wait for it. I'm pretty sure.
I didn't realize her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
I have a feeling she's gonna show up anyway. What can you do?
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is!
Hey, Ma Blue.
Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve.
Yeah.
And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need...
Wait.
Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
You two are in on something.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Oh, yeah. I got people like that, too. Plenty, in fact. Ah, dang it. I was expecting Woklama to have snuck along with us, despite her condition.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree. Especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
I knew it. You made me second guess myself.
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I knew it.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
Okay then.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Ah. And like that, the Golden City has regained its luster.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Oh, a mix between the two. It's even prettier. One shown in the light of the sun.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen.
With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
Hmm? Why is that?
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Wait for it.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
There it is.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Valzin. Claude is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under corners' nose like this time. The bells of resolve and reason, both come, discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Woklomar back to Tuliolal. What are your plans, Balzan? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Cohen has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please, come back with us, or we'll never hear the end of it. This is the part where Woklomar gets an earful. Good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be singing Tuliolal for a while. We believe in you, Guluja, and whatever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, our reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamachi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. Convalescing in bed. No, you would study the way of the blade, Gululja. Is that not allowed? I'll permit you your training on one condition. Only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kawana, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does this mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. That was that. My days of meddling in Alexandria affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation for a rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you, Valzin, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit again in Tuliolal. You'll always be welcome here. You bet. It's time to move on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I'll embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, each successive generation adding their own chapters to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Valzin. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. Because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me of, as always, tomorrow. Becoming King of Reason is not something I need to think about until I'm older. My family's authority did pass to me. My father's authority did pass to me. So until the day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Gulja. And you'll keep doing us proud, I'm sure of it. Yes, you have to go now. So be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Praxis Park. Don't worry, folks. We're in the home stretch. Still, I think this was pretty good, actually. I've enjoyed this. Now let's see what the end of the story, what the end of Dawntrail proper has. Nelson, you're here! You were just discussing what it is to be done after the coronation ceremony. A heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It made smooth introductions were the scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sven, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I try to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participate in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. For real this time? Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service at the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. Oh. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it is a tremendously brave thing that they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. That'll drop. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Roger Dodger. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. Made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries in which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and always will be my treasured comrades. I knew it. I knew he wasn't entirely gone. I'm sweating. You're afraid of me.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics. Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol.
There's the Astian in the closet.
Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer? If none shall know eternity, what waits for those who hold the key? Woo, boy! There we have it, folks. And that is where I will call the stream. That was one hell of an expansion, folks. I'm eager for the next one. Well, the patch rather, but you know what I mean. I will not be streaming the other contents of the patch, just the MSQ. But with hope, I will be back on Sonic Frontiers. Maybe I had to redo some stuff because I ended up accidentally overwriting my save file. The one I've been using for streams with the one I've been doing on my off time. Not realizing I could just simply backwards progress the whole time. I know, I'm stupid. But for any more updates, you can follow me on Blue Sky at Rippington on social. And yeah, all in all, I'm quite satisfied with this patch. And I'm still need to go through the side stuff with, like, the raids and stuff. Like the raid and the stuff that's gonna be coming out much later. So, yeah. For now and as always, until next time, folks. See you later.